Kaldheim early access event. So I tell people, man, go look at my videos because realistically, you want to go back through these because the major thing is how people blow their wild cards is they build decks that they don't like on paper. It looks good, and then they put it on Mtg Arena and they're like, oh, I didn't like that. So anyway, we play with Sultai Kell. Pretty self-explanatory. If you're rewatching this on a recording, go ahead and go forward into the video and go ahead and see the gameplay. We'll be doing drafts in this video and also doing some live gameplay. We already got a couple hours, so you can go ahead, just sit back, chill. So anyway, again, you have to understand that I basically play with Kaldheim cards. Okay? So I try to feature the new set as much as I can. It's not like I'm playing with a already good deck and we just slip in like one or two cards that are Kaldheim and just like, I don't like that. I like to feature the cards. This is what it's about. And so, so right here is a deck that I think, or Rise of the Dreadmarn. So basically you create X 2/2 Black Zombie Berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures that died this turn. Now remember, foretell means you can put this in a foretell zone. And then basically you can cast this later. It's got instant speed, and you only have to pay 1 black mana after you play its foretell. So what's that big thing? Well, because when you play with board wipes, like when you wipe the board, you're going to get a lot of creatures. So that's kind of the deal. So I think Sultai, and guys, just for fun, I added the Icebreaker Kraken. You do want to play with snow-covered land because this spell costs X less to cast for each snow land you control. Pretty good, if you think about it. So then we have Ugin, the Spirit Dragon. And then, of course, we just have Overflowing Insight. Why not? We're featuring Kaldheim cards. So the new cards, drawing 7 cards, I think's okay. And again, yeah, it's got the 7 mana, triple blue, but, you know, we're running Mitigation Path. We're running Cultivates. So why not? Then we have this. So this card kind of got some speculation. How good is this card? Is it not that great? It's a pretty good card. You can to be able to cast this for foretell cost is just really great because there's, how can I explain this? It's kind of like Ugin, right? Sometimes you want to cast Ugin, but you're stuck on 7 mana. Well, this is kind of no exception. You might not be able to crack this for 7, but you might be able to crack it for 6. You get 2/1 flying creatures, and you take an extra turn. So it gives you a defense, really, and then allows you to take an extra turn. So I found this card to be one of the better cards that was kind of underrated, so to speak. Then we have right here, Blood on the Snow. Again, you can choose one to destroy all creatures or planeswalkers, and then you can return a creature or planeswalker card with converting a cost X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount spent to cast this spell. So you can spend, for great example, if you spend 4 snow-covered, and really there's no reason for you not to play with snow-covered land. Like, there's no reason for you not to play with it. Snow-covered are basic lands, so you can still get them through Cultivate or get it through Fabled Passage. So there's really no reason not to play with snow covers at this point for standard. And so if you pay 4 snow covered, which again, if you're playing with snow covered land, that's going to happen. And you can return creatures, you can return Teferi Master of Time from your graveyard onto the battlefield, and so on and so forth. So again, just featuring some of the cards. So keep that in mind as we do some of the gameplay. We're trying to really feature the cards, the new cards. So that's what I try to do in these types of settings. Okay, the one deck that seems to be really taking off, and we had good runs with, is Angels and Clerics. So 24 land, when you actually just, if you don't get mana hosed, this deck just clicks on all cylinders. So we do have some of the other cards, like Alseeds of Life's Bounty. It's got lifelink. This has got lifelink, and if you have 27 or more life, you create a 4/4 white flying creature. And then, of course, we have Daxos, Blessed by the Sun. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield or dies, you gain a life. But the value, and this is also a cleric. So this is a human cleric, by the way. Luminarch Aspirant It's the one that at the beginning of your combat, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So that's the old stuff. The new stuff to the deck is Rune of Sustenance. Now, this card on the surface looks underwhelming, but it's not. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card, so it replaces itself. So automatically, it replaces itself. The second thing that it does, besides replacing itself, is that it gives something lifelink. So giving the lifelink ability is huge, and you're going to see this in a minute. So whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life to that creature's toughness. As long as you have 7 life or more, so 27 life, your creatures get +2/+2. Every single creature. All of them. So that's kind of really good. This right here has got Flying Vigilance. Snow lands your opponent's control enter the battlefield tapped, which will be a pretty good thing. Non-creature spells your opponent's cast with 4 or more. So think about Genesis Ultimatum, right? Think about those types of cards. It's going to cost them 2 more, and that's really hard. That's really taxing on those types of decks there. So that's kind of what we want to be doing here. And then, of course, I'm saying of course. So then we have this right here. When it enters the battlefield or dies, you may exile another creature card from your graveyard. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that shares a creature type with this. So it'd be either an angel or a warrior. Okay, and then we have God of Battle. Creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. So if they're enchanted, they have double strike. Remember, we have a lot of flyers here. At the beginning of each combat, you may attach target aura equipment, attach a creature you control to a target creature you control. So you can flip-flop them. And this does have a equipment on it. Relatively good equipment, but you do have to pay 2 to equip. It doesn't automatically equip on a creature. Keep that in mind. But pretty good. And then we have this right here. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than 20, pretty much. So, pretty good. And then we have one Baneslayer Angel, which realistically could be taken out and substituted for something else. The deck's running at 2.5 curve. I think that's pretty good. 29 creatures. As I said, we're packed with creatures. A lot of them fly. And you can see the breakdown. There's 8 angels. There's 10 clerics. So nice interaction between 18 of those creatures. And you do have a warrior there. So that's that deck. So we're going to go ahead and deep dive. And we're going to play with, let's see. There's a lot of decks that we can play with. I think Golgari Elves are going to be good as well. So, I don't know. We'll have to see how that goes out. So, here's Giant Teamer Turd. It's just all giants, and it's Teamer. So, again, I'm trying to feature Kaldheim cards. So, this is just a wrecker. It deals 4 damage to each creature that's not a giant, and each planeswalker. Ouch. Then you have Storm's Wrath. Deals 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. And so our giants right here are pretty darn big. Whenever this attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. When you do, it deals damage equal to that creature's power. If you sacrifice a giant, then it deals twice that damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. Your opponents can't gain life. At the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Oh boy. This ability only triggers if it's on the battlefield or in your graveyard. So even when this is in your graveyard, it freaking deals damage to your opponent. So that's pretty good. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you control a giant. We're playing a giant deck, so it deals 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Now, we really have to assist our creatures with mana in this deck, right? So Beanstalk Giant's going to be a really good one. And then also Cultivate. Right, so we're playing with 25 land, and realistically, Standard is going to change a little bit because of Kaldheim, regardless of the normal cards, because we have now the double modal lands for each and every color combination. So, yeah, you're going to see more 3-color decks or 2-color decks in the format. I believe that's going to change. So, we're going to go ahead and jump in, and let's see here. Let's see, Simic Elves, not yours. Giant Teamer Turd. Or Simic, my elves, not yours. Since I went with the Giants, we'll go ahead and play with that. Again, we're just trying to feature the new cards. Just, you know, feature them, see how everything goes. So, it might take a minute to get an opponent. You know what I mean? We'll probably start to see a lot of Japanese players starting to play because our time is late. So, wouldn't be shocked if we saw that. Cool. And there's nothing wrong with that. Here you go. All right. So, we have a big hand. This is going to be odd. I wonder if I should mulligan this hand, because it's not that great. So we'll maul. I think that was a good call there. All right. It's so weird to see the double modals. All right. So we'll go that and keep it. We're just going to lead off with a basic. In this deck, there's no reason to play with snow covered. All right. So they're going to lead off with a Temple of Triumph. All right, and we are going to drop this down for a green. And I'm going to foretell this. That's pretty cool, because that's big, right? Because now we can cast this for one less. And that's pretty big. People, you know, foretell is going to be a thing. There we go. Maybe something I should have put in this deck. See? Wasn't even thinking about that. You're going to cultivate. And we're going to grab a red, and we are going to grab a blue. Put the red down, and move on. Okay, so again, you're going to see more 3-color, 2-color decks. All right. Well, we got options. Let's cast this. Right there. Opponents cannot gain life, and it deals 2 damage to each opponent. This ability is good for the battlefield and the graveyard, so... Yep. Certainly we could have ran different things like Lotus Cobras, stuff like that, but... we decided not to. Decided not to do that. Looks like he wants to get rid of this card, right? Ooh, Kenrith. Okay. Again, we're featuring Kaldheim cards, so I just want you to kind of understand that part. I'm going to go with... Ooh, will he trade? Nope, doesn't trade Kenrith. I don't blame him. Basri's Lieutenant, okay. We've yet to see a Kaldheim card from our opponent. Q. He can give that, what, he can Kenrith put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Can we just kill our opponent next turn? I'm gonna let that go. Remember, we can sacrifice a giant here. See, this is where taking an extra turn after this one. Do we have it? Yep, really pays off. So we're going to Drop this down. Oh, this is going to be huge. Oh, no. Sacrifice this creature. Deal 7 to him. Oh, wow. Woo. This is... Oh. Giants feel good. Versus... Giants... just, you can't underestimate those little suckers. You can't. They're just good. You can't do it. Cannot underestimate the Giants. All right. Let's go. Let's go Giants. Oh no, I hate the Giants. Not the football team. Not the football team. I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. Not the football team. Screw the Giants. When it comes to football, screw those Giants. Both teams suck. It's just the Cowboys suck with a better roster. That's the difference between the two. The Cowboys suck with a better roster. And that's about it. That's all I got to say about that. Catch me outside, how about that? J-O-W. Alright. Alright, and again we find ourselves in mana quandary. Again, you really need, if we had a green mana, I would take this. If we had green, I'd take it. You guys, I'm gonna have to mull this again. You know. And again, mulling was right. Alright, keep 6. This giant, by the way, last game, when this enters the battlefield, you return all permanents except giants, wizards, and lands. A little weird. Okay, cool. Keep this. Nice arena, by the way. Ice cold. So we've yet to see an opponent play with a Kaldheim card for this video. There's our first one, Snowland. Okay, cool. So this card works kind of like Anticipate. You look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest into your library in order, and then you can pay 1 when it's in your graveyard to do it again. So, a really good card. We're going to foretell this one again. Very good, because it saves us on mana. You can cast it a turn sooner. That foretell is turning into be a really strong ability, especially when you're playing with giants. Costs 1 less. He's playing with giants. Everybody's playing with giants. No, I'm joking. Alright. We didn't have room for this in our deck because we're playing with Cultivate. Let's see. We're going to go with red. And we don't have any double greens. Okay. So we're going to go with red and blue. Put the red down. Remember, in this deck, the green is just the assist. We just use green for the assist. So it's going to be giants versus giants, more than likely. Yep. Sweet. Get smacked in the face for 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, the next giant spell you costs 2 less to cast. Pretty good. Alright, so, let's see what we want to do here. Yeah, we're going to cast this out. He's going to be drawing a card, and his giant 2 less. Dun 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 dun. And see how this is just such a good card? You can recast it outside of your graveyard. I can't believe that's an uncommon. Holy crap. Oh, as long as you control a giant. Okay. Okay, now I understand why that's a common or uncommon. I don't know, that still should be a rare. Yep. So what he just did right there is this, it costs 3 less to cast if he controls a giant, and deals 6 damage to target creature planeswalker. Got it. What's this do again? Whenever may cast insert sorcery spell from your hand without playing. Okay, well that's pretty good. Let's just drop this. You know what? I played that wrong. I should have done Storm's Wrath. Kept this in my hand to show this and cast that. I made a mistake. So, giant versus giants. So again, he opted to go with this. Okay, cool. So this is the giant from Theros Beyond Death. So I'll just show that. So if a giant sorcerer deal combat damage to a player, it deals double that damage. That's what we have. We're just going to take that. So we saw the power of this deck. You know, Foretell really turning out to be not what people thought it was. You know, but it really helps bring things out a turn earlier with 1 mana less. Okay, so even when our card is in the graveyard, it deals damage to our opponent. So, it deals 2... Alright, so here we go. Ready? We're going to drop our dude right here. We're going to reveal a giant card in our hand. That's that. And he's got that. I'm going to pass on that. So we use ramp to get our giants out. He's using these sagas to get it out. So different ways. Our green is just for support to get mana out. And then honestly, you could probably run Ugin or Genesis Ultimatum in this deck. I mean, really, there's no reason not to. Ooh. Oh, this is going to be sweet. Wait, hold on, let's do this way. Yeah, we should get red. We'll attack with this guy and then blow everything up. Free casting. Woo! Don't have a counterspell. Don't have a counterspell. Oh! Dun, 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 dun. Look at our deck. What a beast. What a giant. Look at this giant teamer turd. Look at this. I don't know. It's just a beast. So my first impression on Kaldheim, I wish there's a lot of elves, but I wish they would have made a few more. Because to go full elf tribal, you're gonna have to go Golgari. Like, you're pretty much gonna have to do that if you want to make it competitive, semi-competitive. So I wish there's a little bit more support for elves. Here we go. Well, this hand is not ideal. So we're doing what we've done every hand. Mulligan. Keep 6. Yeah, I guess we just do that. Wasabi. All right. Oh, another giant deck. The matchmaker, wink wink. Wink, wink. All right, so back-to-back giant decks. Cool, he's featuring this card whenever creature or planeswalker an opponent controls to deal excess damage. Okay. Yeah, poop it. So, just different ways to go about it. Giant spells cost 2 less to cast on this turn right here. Yep. I'll bring this out. So he's got the same card that we have in our hand. If a giant source you control would deal damage to a player, it deals double. I think I'll kill that, right? Wait, I missed that. If a giant wizard or you control dealt damage to... Let me read that card again. Whenever a creature... Okay, if a... Oh, wow. Probably should have read the card. This is a board wipe in itself. Oh no, he's playing with giants. Oops. It deals 4 damage to each non-giant creature. Whoops. Put that in the good old Oops. I'm like, oh yeah, here's a board wipe if they're not playing goblins. Or if they're not playing oh, so you came in for the oops? Yeah, that was bad. The giant deck went off the first. This is my third match. The giant deck went off the first two. I'm like, wow, these giants are pretty good. Then the matchmaker just kept on matching us up versus giants. I'm like, okay. Do it. All right. Oh, I just played this person. I just played him. He's playing with giants. Right? He's playing with blue, or he's playing with Q. He's playing with white, or excuse me, blue, red. Our last opponent was doing teamer. He's playing with just blue, red, I believe. If it's no, wait a minute. He could, or either he's that guy or the opponent that was playing with 3-color. Oh, with Kenrith. We played this person just like 2 matches ago. Or 3. I think. I'd have to go back. Unless they switch decks, I don't know. Alright, so anyway, enough of wondering. We're gonna go get some mana. So this is a board wipe right here. 4 damage to each creature, planeswalker, and 4 damage to each non-giant. Alright. So just for the sake of just whatever, we're just going to do this. Just feature some of the Kaldheim cards. That's what I'm trying to do. Scry 3, then whenever you cast a spell that's 5 or greater, draw 2 cards. Then discard a card. And you can easily see in this deck that you can play Genesis Ultimatum easily. Easily in this deck. Yeah, so I think we play this person, they just switch decks. Scry 3. Do we want to be that person? Do we want to be that petty and be that person? Let's see here. I forgot if I put down... Did I put down a land this turn? You know what? I think I did. Yeah, we're just going to fry them all. I was going to cultivate. Oh, the tapping animation. You mean the auto tap? If it's anything, this is only my 10th day really playing. Okay, so he's playing. Alright, so we'll just bring down a beast. We'll discard. Cultivate could pretty much suck it at this point. Oh, when the creature attacks, yeah. So it seems like they're just playing traditional Rakdos, right? Man. Alright. Players can't gain life. So this will cost 2 if we have a giant. I guess we'll bring this down. Nope. I'll let him play. I'll let him go. Next. So this card right here just deals 2 damage when it's on the battlefield or in the graveyard. I guess we'll suck on 4. And 3 more. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so this has got Death Touch. At the beginning of your upkeep, you have to exile 2 cards. If you can't, you gotta get rid of this, draw a card. Okay, and then at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. So he's just gonna stave off the attack. So that'll die. Or not. Alright. Oh, I don't want to. Alright, so if a giant would deal damage to a player, deals double that. You know, I wonder if this is going to be a thing. Oh, it only costs 1 black. As I'm dying. So wait a minute, you can mill a card. Oh yeah, that's definitely going to be a Rakdos card. Absolutely. That's going to be a thing. But yeah, we did play this guy. He switched decks. Poof. Simic, my elves and not yours. Oh, right. Oh, so the deck... Okay, so I'm trying to do 2 things at once here. Typically those types of decks don't work, but we're going to try it anyway. So here's an interesting thing. So I was thinking, okay, look, you have this thing where if you put a counter on anything, you double that counter. Right? So I'm thinking this big card that would be a nice Scrabble word, be really good at Scrabble. But Midnight Clock. You put a counter on it, you keep on putting counters on it, then you just draw 7 cards. I don't know. I just thought that could be something. It could be like like a backdoor combo. So we have this guy right here. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile. Cut this. We'll just call it God of Voyage. Then whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, If this was exiled, you may put a Voyage counter on it. And again, that could double depending upon what we have. If you don't, return this to the battlefield with +1/+1 counters on it and draw that X many cards, or X number of Voyage counters on it. So, not bad. I haven't played the deck yet, so I'm just trying it out. This has got Changeling, so it can be anything. It could be an elf. You choose a creature type. Whenever you cast anything of that creature type, it gets +1/+1. We have this just to ramp and draw out. We have Elder Gargaroth, but then it's kind of a little weird. So we got this guy with the elves. It's a really good card. See, elves, I wish, like, you really have to play Golgari. You have to play Golgari to really maximize elves. But nonetheless, elves have tap it for mana, so we can ramp anyway. It doesn't matter. So that does all that type of stuff, right? So really, in this deck, the -6 is really huge. Is really valuable to draw cards. Like green needs more drawing cards, but we're going to take advantage of that. We're going to want to draw cards off Elder Gargaroth. This Cultivate. Then you can add 3 mana. Other elves get +1/+1. Whenever one or more elves enter the battlefield, to create a 1/1 elf, pay 7, gets +2/+2. This, whenever you cast a creature spell, if you paid snow, it comes in with a +1/+1 counter or an additional +1/+1 counter. And we have this, you can tap and untap creature you control and add a mana of any color. And speaking of that, I need to redo the deck for 1 second. I need to add Snowland. That's what I need to do. Little lopsided. So we're going to go with 12 and 8. 12 and 8. So just type in the word snow. And we'll play with these ones. Put 12 of those bad boys in there. And then take these out. Put 8 of these bad boys. Alright. Cool. So how you been, Dark? What you been up to? Yikes. Like I said, we might start to get some Japanese players, which is cool. It's right around that time. Japan is wide awake. Okay, so here's the thing with the snow-covered lands. Do you see how it's hard to differentiate from each other? Like, you can easily get confused. I can see a game where you play the wrong land. I can easily see that. Because they look so close. Like green and blue. Oh, is WoW World of Warcraft? Oh, okay. Strategic planning? That's a reprint. Self-mill. What did he do? Lotus Cobra. You see how it's so hard to differentiate? There's the manas look so close to each other, the snow covereds. I can easily see where somebody gets confused on that. They make a misplay. Alright, I'll attack for 1. So wait, is World of Warcraft, is that where they well, first off, can you hear my voice okay? See, on my end, my speakers are loud, but I don't know what it is on your end. But besides the question, the I don't know if you can hear the gameplay over my voice. I just have no idea. But let's see this for a second. 1, 2, 3. Now we'll just tap this. We're striking out. All right. Oh, okay, the game volume's low. Is that better? You know what it is, man? My speakers are the Logitech ones, and they're the ones that they're not like the super high quality, but they're not like low either, like that middle of the road. And on my end, they're just real loud. Okay. All right. So I put it up just a little bit more. And we keep on drawing more mana. Q. I wish I put Ugin in the deck, right? Just drop Ugin right now. No, it's my speakers, I think. Mills those cards. Here we go. Well, I guess having mana pays off. Alright, so he's going to put a +1/+1 each elf. He doesn't have elves, so... Are we both just drawing mana? Resolve. Huh. Yeah, we're just drawing mana. Look at us both. All right, we're gonna add to this night clock right here. Here's our Elder Gargaroth. Might get this midnight clock out of here. Alright, so he doesn't have any elves out, so... Yeah. I just think it's an off game. Let's see. Oh. Huh. Well, both of us have enough mana to cast like 2 Ugins. You know what? I have to be careful because he's got this Oracle in his hand. He is milling himself like a madman. Wait, hold on. He's got this. Wait, hold on. Is he dropping Changeling? Yeah, he is. Okay, I know what he's doing. He's milling himself. So, basically, he's making this... Oh, resolve. Enters the battlefield as a copy of a permanent you control. So actually, he's cloning his own sagas to mill himself, and then he's going to kill us with Thassa's Oracle. Okay. Wait. Is this a loop? Okay, wait a minute. It says it's a legendary... It is. Okay, so I have to figure this out. Okay, I'm not going to quit. He could do whatever he wants. Alright, it's a copy. It enters a battlefield. Mill 3 cards. Put an elf. I'm not picking up on the combo. I mean, I know what he was trying to do. Good game. That was crazy. That was crazy. It's an infinite combo, but I don't know how he was pulling that off. I really don't. I was trying to read the cards as quickly as I could, but I didn't want to quit on him too. Because he's probably like, ooh, yeah, I got some good footage from... But, yeah, Dark, if you find some infinite combos flying around YouTube, let me know. You might see my username. I'm actually using my real name. So I'm actually using Derek Roberts. So you'll actually see me getting killed. Q. Okay, what was he doing? It's so simple. It was just it was a 2-card combo. Okay, he was Simic. He was doing the Changeling. Alright, so let's read that card. So the planeswalkers for Kaldheim have been underwhelming, but okay, so he's running this card. Just whatever. Alright, so when this enters the battlefield as a copy of a permanent you control, except it's a legendary and snow in addition to its other types, and if it's a creature, it enters the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1s. Okay, I got that. So he copied it. I understand that part. But why was it reoccurring? And he was milling himself through this. You mill 3 cards, you put an elf or that planeswalker card from your graveyard onto the battlefield. Put an elf. It's got changeling. It's got changeling, so it's every type. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's the infinite combo. That's all you need is those 2 cards. You don't need anything else. You just play that, and if you have Thassa's Oracle, the game's over. If your opponent can't resolve it. Yeah, because that has changeling, so technically it's an elf. Technically that's an elf. So do you see what he did? He puts that into the graveyard because it's every card type. Because the stupid thing's a changeling shapeshifter. So it can be anything. It's just an elf, a giant, an elf, it's everything. A beast, it's everything. So he puts this down, copies that, and then he mills 3. Wait a minute, though. That still wouldn't complete it. Because that would just make you mill 6. So you'd have to hope that when you mill for 6, you get another one of these. So you'd have to have this on the battlefield. you mill for 3. And either you mill into this or have this in your hand, and you have to put one of these onto the battlefield. And you'd have to have another one of these in your hand or in your via being milled. So you need 2 of these somehow. Either one in your hand and one in the graveyard, or 2 in the graveyard or 1 in your hand. But you need 2. And then you go off that. So you need them both. That's what you need to do. Yep. Because technically this brings an elf back. That card is an elf. It'll plop back onto the battlefield. And it'll copy this. You mill again. And so hopefully you mill into another one of these, or you have another one of these in your hand. And if you have that, then you have the infinite loop that we just saw. Yeah. So you just need 2 of these somehow. Like again, either in your hand or graveyard. Because you can copy any permanent, and this can be anything. It can be an elf, it can be anything. Then you mill for 3. And so you'd copy this and mill for 3. And then if you pop into another one of these, you can bring it back. Comes onto the battlefield, and since it has a legendary rule, it'll just keep on going through it. Have a good one, Dark Man. Hey, good luck with everything too. Good luck. I'll have to drop by, man. I'll have to drop by. Yep. See you play World of Warcraft. Is that the main thing that you're doing? And oh yeah, AAA. Yeah, this is the new set. It's the early access to the set. Okay. That's cool, Dark. Did I inspire you to stream, Dark? Did I inspire you? But yeah, at AAA, it's the new. Did I really? At Dark? But no, AAA, it's yeah, it's the new set. It'll be coming out shortly. Oh, okay. Yeah, MTG, they can get, yeah. So, as far as the new set, yeah, so we're going over cards over the new set. So I'm trying to feature the cards. Let's see here. So I just call the decks different names. So we've been featuring different decks. I'll see you later, Darkman. Oh, you've been paying attention to the spoilers? Okay. Yeah, this is the early access to it. But it'll be out afternoon tomorrow. But AAA, what I like to do is I like to go through a lot of different things. So people can get to see, you know, because this is the number one waster. What happens is a lot of people will craft their wild cards like mythic and rares. It looks good on paper or looks good on a spoiler, but then you go play it and you're like, and you waste your wild card. So I like to just play with a different variety of decks featuring the new cards. So right here is a Surtland Elementalist. Oops. So it does cost 7. It's a lot. Yep. But whenever it attacks, you can cast an instant spell or sorcery spell with your hand without paying its mana cost. Okay. Yep. I think that's the number one waster. People waste their wild cards on decks that it's like, yeah, that looks really good, and then you spend your wild cards, you play with the deck, and you're like, no, that wasn't good, and I just wasted like 15 wild cards and like 5 mythics, and now I'm out. All right. Well, we're drawing everything big again, so let's just drop this down. Let's get rid of that. Yep. So giants is a thing, so I made a giants deck. You know, elves are a thing. I made an elf deck. Look at the bad boy. Add 1 mana of any color. Then at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker card. Put that card on the battlefield and the rest at the bottom of your library. Okay. We got this giant. If a giant would deal damage to a player, it deals double that. So elves versus giants. Pretty cool. Nothing wrong with jank. This month I want mythic. You can go ahead and check out my video. On the channel, I want mythic with jank and historic and with Bant. And this dude just dropped the Terror of the Peaks. Okay. So if he takes that, he's going to take 8. But, okay, so I did not see that coming. Another Terror of the Peaks. Ouch. Ew. And unfortunately, we didn't get any ramp. You know, our ramp. Oh, oops. Let's see. Let me attack with that. What bridge? You don't think what bridge is going to be good? I don't know if I played against that yet or not. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a good game. That was our defeat. Prismatic Bridge. Let's see what that is. So I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. It's hard to pull off, but every color does have those double modal lands now. So we're going to start to see a lot of more 2-color, 3-color decks. Honestly. So somebody might be able to pull that off. But yeah, it's a lot of colors. Faux show. So we'll try to run the giant one more time. Again, the way that I run the giant deck is I just have like cultivates and stuff like that. So to get things out. But yeah, it is still hard to get out the Prismatic Vista. I agree. Oof. This has not been good. Okay. So, how much do we trust the shuffler? I have to get a green. Let's see. Yikes. Well, foretell this. So, this is how foretell's been really good. Getting your stuff out at turn early, paying the foretell cost. Oh gosh, the shuffler's not kind. Womp, womp, womp. Yeah. So this is so we also have a, yeah. Okay, so this guy right here, whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to the creature's toughness. As long as you have 27 life or more, all your creatures get +2/+2. So that's what he's doing right now, he or she. So I'm not going to quit. 6. He doesn't have enough to kill. Dang it. Well, the giant deck looked good a half an hour ago. It doesn't look good now. So again, I'm trying to feature the new cards. I don't think I'd play the Kraken, right? But here's one thing that you can probably count on: Rise of the Dreadmorn. So you create X 2/2 black Berserker creature tokens. It creates 2/2 black tokens, where X is the number of non-token creatures that die this turn. Now understand, this is an instant card, instant speed. So what you would do is put this in a foretell zone and then board wipe. So like Crippling Fear, choose a creature type. Creatures that aren't the chosen type get -3/3 till end of turn. So it's the opposite of what you call. So you can call like goblins, everything else gets -3/3. And you have this right here: destroy all creatures, destroy all planeswalkers, then return a creature or planeswalker card with mana cost X for amount of snow that you paid. So basically, long story short, you board wipe, you have this sitting in your foretell zone, pay 1, get a bunch of creatures. Historic, there were people wanting to play Historic, I think, and quite frankly, I don't know if I could showcase because I actually I imported my Historic deck that I made it Mythic rank with this month. But I don't see, for my Historic decks that I have, I don't see how I could really showcase any Kaldheim cards. Because I was trying to think, I was like, there's really nothing I could do for Historic. But if you have a historic deck in mind, we could try it. I mean, I can just make it. It's just my mind. Just I was just looking at it. I'm like, I'd probably only play with like one, maybe two new cards, and probably run the rest. Kama, it's strong, but it's not like Hydroid Colossus or Ugin or Nisa strong. But if you have a deck in mind, yeah, I could just make it really quick. So using Tybalt. And release to the winds. Was it a different card? Let me just put in the word wins. Take that off. Wait, do I have this only on cat? Oh, hold on. No, I don't. Or is that a historic card? Release to the winds. Maybe that was it. Okay, there you go. Exile target non-land permanent for as long as the card remains exiled. Oh, okay. Were you talking about using it with the Volkai part? There's like as early like hand removal. Yeah, you can cast either side. Okay. Let's see that again. Exile target non permanent for as long as it remains exiled. Its owner may cast it without bannings. Oh, okay, I got you. I see what you're doing. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a combo. I mean, it'd be tough, but yeah. I see what you're trying to do. We'll put this in one play. We'll try this one. Simic Elves. So far, playing in the early event, oddly enough, it really hasn't been the planeswalkers. So this has changeling, so it's all creature types. So when it enters, so basically, whenever another creature of the chosen type enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 on this. And then right here, whenever one or more elves enters the battlefield under control, you get a 1/1 elf. You pay 7, all your elves get +2/+2. Like I said, you're going to see a lot of multicolored. Also on the snow covered, you see how close they look together? Like they're pretty... Okay, cool. So they're playing with a Gates deck. And we got this boy, bad boy. Whenever you put a counter on something, put double. So what we're going to do is Cultivate, actually. But you see how the snow covers look very close? So I can see somebody like misplaying. Just on accident. Alright, whenever this enters the battlefield, search your library for a snow land card, reveal it, put it into your hand. This gets +1/+0 for each snow permanent you control. Pretty nice. Poop out an elf. Alright. And this is a pretty good common. It enters the battlefield tapped. You can choose a color, add 1 mana to the chosen color. Okay. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you put a counter on this. If it has 8 or more counters on it, remove all the counters, and you get 8 artifact tokens that's named this. And guys, I'll talk about the other opponent's deck just to get a good understanding. Like if I see something that they're doing that I think that's good, even though if we lose or I suck, I'll just call it. I mean, I'll go over this. So whenever this attacks, untap each snow permanent. Okay. So we're going to bring this out. Call it an elf. Now you see how that just became a 5/5 because of this guy. Alright. No, it's cool. When you think of combos, if you can pull one of them off, it's always kind of cool to... Historic, there's a lot of combos. I have no clue what this guy's doing. Okay, red. So every single time an elf comes into play, this will get +2/+2. And that was hurtful. Alright, so whenever we cast a creature spell, it'll come in with a +1/+1 counter. So that's what he did there. Oof. So Esper Control is going to have a lot of board wipe. A lot. All right. So if you pay anything with a snow mana, like I said, it'll get a +1/+1. So all this is just a Midnight Tower. It gets a counter every upkeep. The deck that I'm playing, or the deck I'm playing against, I have no idea what else he's playing. I have none. I have no idea. But you're correct. Yeah, he's playing with shrines. I just don't know what type. This thing's a beast. But it's really a Phyrexian. But no, this thing's a beast. I have no idea. I haven't seen anybody. You know what? I haven't seen anybody play with the Shrines deck or with Kaldheim. Okay. And like I said, so okay, he's playing Shrines. We got that. So what he did is this gets an extra turn. And this has been the most underrated card. If I had to say what's the underrated card in the set, it's this. Being able to pay... Excuse me. Being able to pay 6 instead of 7 is remarkable. And you get 2/1/1 creatures. So you get blockers on the back end. So it looks like our opponent is playing with board wipes, taking turns, and shrine. So like board wipes. So kind of like he's kind of, even though he's playing every color. Yeah, so that's what he's playing, just board wipes. Ugh. No, does he have enough to kill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we're alive. Or we're not. I miscalculated that. Would run Vorinclex in draft without counters. Now here's Angels and Clerics. I think I already went over this deck. This card's awesome because it replaces itself and it gives a creature lifelink. It's like, well, why is that important? In white, not only does it trigger Haloid, but whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. And then as long as you have 7 or more life, so as long as you have 27 life, creatures you control get +2/+2, like just across the board. Snowlands your opponent controls enter the battlefield tapped. Non-creature spells your opponent's cast with 4 or greater cost 2 more. So if we still start to see Temur Reclamation or excuse me, gosh, don't bring me back to that. If we start to see more of that Temur Genesis Ultimatum deck, I think it'll have value. I mean, this right here, enters the battlefield or dies, you may exile another creature card from your graveyard. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that you control that shares a card type with it. So angels and warriors. Like creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike. And then its equipment's not bad. It's not a bad equipment. I mean, you do have to pay the 2. You can't. It doesn't come into play and attach itself, but you do have to pay that 2. But it's not that bad. And white doesn't really have that much card draw, right? But at the beginning of your end step, it draw a card if your life total is greater than your start. So if you have 21 life, you can draw a card. And if you don't, you gain 2 life. So angels and clerics have been floating around. So I imagine that would be a good archetype. All right. Wow, it feels so weird to play with a monocolored deck. But not bad. All right. Let's bring out the Luminarch. Will it live? That's the other question. Doubt it. Alright, so he's playing Rakdos. Okay, so kind of cool. So this right here, your opponents can't gain life, but it'll deal 2 damage if it's on the battlefield or in the graveyard. This is a really good card for 1 mana. Sorry, let's get off that. It does a lot for 1 mana. You can mill a card, exile a creature card from your graveyard, draw a card. Just for 1. And then on the god side, it's a 6/6 Death Toucher for 3. But at the beginning of your upkeep, you have to exile 2 cards from your graveyard. Is it going to die? Yep. So he's going to bring that bad boy out. Ooh. Yep. And so what's really great is that you can run 4 of these because you're going to play, if in a deck like this, you're going to play probably one or, you're going to play 1 of this and then 1 of the creature. And if this can stay alive, it'll get double strike. Let's go for the double strike. Hold on. I did two things. All right. Okay, I think I screwed that up. Okay, yeah, it's never mind. The double strike went through. That's why this thing is just so good. It gives a creature lifelink. It draws itself out. You know, you put it in play, you draw a card. Oh no, he drew Heartless Act. I think you have to kill the lifelink double striker. Or you kill this. Tough. Actually, he can't. He can't do it because this only removes counters if they have counters on them. I forgot. Ow. Yeah. He can't kill anything. I think we both realized that at the same time. I was like, oh, it's gonna die. Oh, wait a minute. And what's cool about this card is at the beginning of each... Wait, hold on. At the beginning of each combat, so it's even your opponent's combat, you may attach a target. So you can switch your auras even on your opponent's turn. That's kind of cool. And this is where you would draw your card. Yeah, we're just going to attack. Yeah, Holy Strong. And he's going to be stronger. I'm telling you, with this lifelink card. Because, yeah. Give him lifelink. And that's cool. Even when he gets double strike, you can add more to him. So that's kind of cool. But that's, guys, that's going to be a deck. I'd pay attention to that one. Because I've played against not the same type as mine, but because I'm more dependent upon those flyers in the lifelink. But what you're going to see in the Angels deck, here, I'll show you. There's an Angel that I don't play with, but I'm going to show you. Because I'm trying to show you guys as much as you can, so when you start crafting your stuff, like, you actually see the gameplay. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you guys, like, know, like, oh, wow, okay, like, that looks good. Even not me, even if it's just my opponent. All right, so let's go to Kaldheim. And there is, I haven't crafted it, so it's... And it's going to look so dumb on the surface. Here. Whenever another angel enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Valkyrie. It's a 1/3 for 2. And you know how that 3 always gets you. You can't Bone Crusher Giant this creature. I mean, you can do a lot if you're playing with black, but like red, it doesn't really have a lot of quick removal, and this easily can just, build up. And so what a lot of people are doing, instead of doing what I'm doing in a pure angel deck, they're running this, like 4 of these. And so I'm trying to see if I saw anything else that they're playing with. But I think Angel's in the best of 1 with Holoid Sun Crown. However you want to stuff the deck. It's, I think, in the best of 1, because that's the format that we're playing in anyway, is the best of 1. I think that's going to be a solid deck. Because it stops Red Rush. It was good enough to take on Radkos. And my god, yeah, Haloid's going to save your butt from Heartless Axe, because it's going to put 1/1 counters on all of your stuff. And you're getting card draw, too. That's the thing. You're drawing cards through Cosmos Elixir. I know we didn't play it, but... Now, again, you could take 3 of these out easily and play with the angels that I just showed you, right? This thing. So, I think this is going to be a pretty... I think Angels is definitely going to be a thing. For sure. We can play one more with Angels, see how that does. Then we'll swap to another deck. I think I played him 2 matches ago. Search out my gods. Not in the deck that I made, Search for Glory, to search for a god, because I'm only running 2 of these right here in the deck. Like, mono white is just... he had a mulligan 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Alright. I don't know, the shuffler's been kind of... Oh, boy. Okay. Run it again. But yeah, so I'm seeing people play with like Giants. Giants, even though my last 2 matches with Giants sucked, but I think people are going to try Giants. Could Giants compete with Rogues? I think Rogues have to adapt. Like, so they have to play with counter spells in their main board. Because there's a lot of board wipes that, like, there's a new board wipe saga that deals 4 damage to each creature if they're not Giants. So it deals 4 damage to every creature, but it's not if they're not Giants. And then you have Storm's Wrath, deals 4 damage to each creature. A 2-lander. Keep it. Keep a 2-landa. Our opponent mulligans. Alright. Seems to be par for the course. I'm going to keep a 2-lander, but we'll see how that works out. Yeah, some do. have to play with a little bit more. Oh. Ooh, I probably made a mistake keeping this 2-lander. Oh boy. Fun times. Alright. I need to draw a card. I need to just draw. I need to draw. Yay. Oh yeah, Drown in the Loch, yeah. Yeah, our opponent got hosed. He's not liking his hand. Because he keeps on... Uh-oh. He's gonna have double strike. But unfortunately, he's just a 2/6. That's kind of cool how you can just swap those around, though, isn't that? Oh, now we have Daxos. No, we'll keep it. I'm good. And that's kind of cool how you can just add with Haloid Suncrown in the middle. But I don't know. The question is going to be, can angels beat rogues? What do you guys think? Do you think rogues could beat angels? Or do you think angels could beat rogues? I don't know. So, angels looking really good. So, I'm just playing Radco's discard. There's some new cards. They reprinted Village Rites. Alright, and we got this right here. So whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent or discards a permanent card, you may put that card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So pretty good for hand removal, but I just kind of put this together. Yeah, I agree. I think rogues are here to stay. It's much stronger than elves, way stronger than elves. Oh yeah, let's put this bad boy into action. What you got up in there? Ooh, he's got goodies. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, yeah, rogues probably have the edge. It's something that I'll have to see. Let's make him discard. No attacks. I can also see this going into a Jund deck where they're playing with like Cultivates and they're trying to get to Tibalt. You know, like Gilded Goose, stuff like that. I could see. Okay. So this right here is like every Giants deck possible. So you scry 2, then you draw a card. Hold on, let him attack. Get to that real quick. Yeah, we'll just play this. Alright, back to this card. It's okay. So you draw a card, then you can reveal a giant card from your hand. When you do, it deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker. This is technically a giant. It's an elemental giant. Then the real thing is here, the next giant spell you cast costs 2 less. I really want him to cast this, because I want to see how this works. Whenever you cast a spell, add 1 red. Until the end of your turn, you don't lose. Okay, it's till the end of your turn. Never mind. See, look at this. Whenever an opponent sacrifices a non-token permanent or discards a card, you put that card from the graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So we'll scry 2. Alright. Yep. So if he... discard a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Oh, I didn't even know it had that. Okay. We just so happen to have a giant card. Alright. Okay, so I want you to understand for gameplay purposes. Oh yeah, Bone Crusher's got a lot of synergy. For gameplay purposes, I don't want this. This has got menace, okay? I'm not trying to kill my opponent this turn. I want them to play with their deck. This would go through, but I just want to play with the. I want them to play with their deck. I want to play with my deck, and I just want to get the Tibalt, really. So understand, in real life, I would have attacked with everything, but we're not going to do that. Because I want to give him a chance to play with his deck. And really, just get new deck ideas. So he discards that. Oh, we get his land? Oh, holy crap. They discard our land and we get it. So that means if they cycle a land, you get it? Dude, this thing's a beast. If you can get it out. Oh, he killed our Tibalt. Dang it. I was trying to be nice. So that's the reason why I just call it deck discard. Seagate. So this deck right here, if I can show it. So we're playing with Tybalt's Trickery. So let me warn you with this card, right? I literally died to this card. Okay, so if you're playing versus Giants, don't ever play this card. I literally countered a spell, I forget what it was, and they threw down a 7/7 Giant. And I was like, well, I just helped them out. Because you're countering a target spell, you choose 1, 2, or 3, and it's going to be at random, so you have no control. It's just going to do it itself. They're going to mill that many cards, then exile from the top of the library until they exile a non-land card with a different name than that spell. They can cast that card without paying its mana cost. So, I know everybody made a big deal about this being a red counter spell, but there's a reason why you're seeing a lot of people not play with this, at least in Standard. Now, could this have... I have looked at the Modern... forums, and there's like a turn 1 in Modern kill. They're using Tybalt's Trickery and oh, no problem, AAA. But yeah, thanks for jumping in. Hopefully you're learning something off of this. But no problem, man. It is late. But yeah, thanks for popping in. But Tybalt's Trickery, it's not the card. It's not the greatest card that you think it is, right? You're really rolling the dice. It's like a 50-50. It kind of reminds me of an older Magic card, right? There was cards that you'd flip a coin. There's just I'm not going to go through Magic together, but there's a lot of cards back in the day, and it kind of reminds me of a card that they would print a long time ago. Kind of has that I don't know. But this card's pretty darn good. It's called, don't know how to pronounce the first one, Draugr Necromancer. So if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, you exile that card with an ice counter on it. You may cast spells from among cards and exile your opponent controls with an ice counter, and spend mana from snow sources as though they were mana of any color. Which reminds me, since I read that card, I gotta play with some snow. So basically, if you kill their creature, you can cast it. You can cast what you kill, basically. Let's just go snow. I guess we'll just go with... Alright, and then we'll get out of here. And when it comes to snow, guys, honestly, just play the ones that you can see. That are easy for you to see. If this one... Because when you start to play Snowlands, they'll not black and swamps, but the forest and the islands look very similar. So I recommend picking Snowlands that you can visually dictate out. If this little statue in the picture helps you say, okay, that's a forest or that's that. Because when you play fast, and we've all been there, where we're just tossing our lands out. Yeah, just a... little thing. Just a little thing to keep in mind. So we're just going to wait and chill for an opponent. And I think we're also going to see some of the decks that already perform pretty well anyway. still be in standard. Just maybe just get like a boost. Well, that's not going to work. Right? So we got Agonizing Remorse. We got this guy right here. Perfect for elves. Even though we're not playing with elves, whenever another non-token elf or berserker you control dies, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So pretty good. Yep. Okay. Scry 2, draw. That's pretty good. It's actually really good. You can foretell that. Alright, you gain 2 life for each foretold card in exile. Add 2, spend this to cast foretell. Return target card to your hand. Yeah, I think every blue or white deck's going to run that. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, return it to its owner's hand and scry 2. Okay. They don't have any creatures. So let's just go with, you know what, let's just let them cast a spell. I'll do Tybalt's Trickery so you can just see it if you play something. Nope, okay. So we'll play this. Snatch that. So, never mind. We'll just drop this. So, Nico defies destiny. Alright. Gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. And foretold's are really good. Do you see how I can't get to these foretolds? So it's really... foretold's... Yep. The only kicker to this, you can only spend on foretell. Ooh, that's gonna suck. And that's a pretty good bird because it's a 2/3. I can't blast it. Now, versus that board wipe, Tybalt's Trickery would have been good. Yep. Scry is a little too. What the heck? Flash flying. Let's see. Let's attack with that. I don't know if we can use his ability to get, let's see here. Use this ability to get a double-sided modal on that. Alright. So in other words, if I have this card trapped, I don't know if I can get the double back to it or not. Try it. Can I get the other side of this thing? No, I can't. Alright. No, I cancel that. Just in case he's got another board wipe in his hand. Yeah, Behold the Universe is definitely a good card. I don't know why it's only common. You scry 2, draw 2 on instant. They're playing with a neat deck, though. Okay, so this is where Tybalt's Trickery is really good. Like, right here. But it did give him a Shark Typhoon. So... Oof. And you're still able to board wipe anyway. So, see how Tybalt's Trickery is kind of... It's kind of meh. Yeah, it definitely was worse than a wipe. Yeah. Oh, he's got another one in his hand. Oh. Okay. Do I see myself getting out of this? Probably not. Okay, let's do... Okay. Yep, this we've seen a lot of people play with this. Create a 4/4 white angel with flying vigilance. If the spell is foretold, create X of those tokens instead. Yeah, it's just because he sacrificed it. We're going to get this back, but... Yeah, but I do think Esper is going to get a lot better. Because they'll certainly play with that board wipe, for sure. Alright, we'll play this one. One more time. Then we'll flip through another deck. Okay. I think we just played them not too long ago. Alright. So we're going to drop Crocs up. And then again, they reprinted Village Rites. So as additional cost to cast a spell, you can sacrifice a creature. So what's kind of cool with that is that when this is on the battlefield before it dies, you can actually Village Rites it. Okay, yeah, I remember this deck. Okay, so right here, it basically you can read all this text, but whenever you kill a creature, you put an ice counter on it. For every ice countered creature, you can play that card. So you pretty much put a card in exile. I'll trade it 3/1 for 1/1. Okay. This can go in an elf deck, in a berserker deck. Whenever a non-token elf or berserker you control dies, you draw a card. So think about like Golgari elf, tribal. My opponent's like, think about the mana. So as I was saying, we'll go... So like I'll just kill that. Now you see how that died and we can play it? That's what this card does. So we can literally just play their creature. So that's that card. Which is pretty good. I mean, you kill a creature, you can play with it. And this dude just cast this. So at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker card. Put that on the battlefield. Oh, great. Fun. Okay. So when this dies, you draw a card, or if you have an elf or berserker. Oh, another. So it's not itself. Okay. Yep. So creatures you control that are enchanted have double strike. As you guys saw in the Angels deck a little bit earlier, if you're around for that. Okay, now what's cool about this card, you kill a creature, you can play with it, so... If you can, have the mana to cast it. Which, we don't. I wonder if... He's down to 2. So he's got the same card that we do whenever an opponent sacrifices a permanent or discards a permanent card. You put that card from the graveyard onto the battlefield on your control. And he's got a wall of creatures. I'm gonna sack that. So he'll get his own creature back. Okay. Let's bring it out. Attacks. So this is a really good card. Eradicator Valkyrie, just a 4/3 simple flying hexproof from planeswalkers. It's got both, so you sacrifice a creature. Each opponent sacrifices a creature planeswalker. Okay. So just a really good card. All right. So we can go to Elf Sultai, or we can go to Giant Teamer. I just call it Teamer Turd. It's just giants. So this does add a board wipe, Battle of the Frost and Fire. It deals 4 damage to each non-giant creature in each planeswalker. And then you have Storm's Wrath, that deals 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. And then I kind of piggyback on Cultivate and Beanstalk Giant to kind of get the mana. Then you have all kinds of things. Your opponent can't gain life. And then so basically at the beginning of your upkeep, if this is in your graveyard or the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. And kind of notice how like the cards are worded to each opponent. So if you're playing Commander or EDH, to each opponent, right? So whenever this attacks, you can sacrifice another creature. If you do, it deals damage to the sacrificed creature's power. So kind of like Fling. But if you sacrifice a giant, you deal twice the damage. So, in this, if a giant source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage. So the giants, if you can cast them out, they're really good. The question is, can he cast them out? That's the question. Bring him out, bring him out. All right. That's what we want to see. The green mana for Cultivate. So I'll play that. So for this deck, you just need one green. And this is really good. You can actually foretell this and then cast it for 6 later. That's the thing about foretold or foretell. Excuse me. So you can cast it out a turn earlier than you normally would, and you can do stuff on a turn that you normally wouldn't do anything with. All right, so he killed his own serpent. So he's purposely killing his serpents, huh? Tybalt's trickery. That makes perfect sense. So that's a pretty good combo right there. Why'd he kill himself? Oh, because he just got that. That is a cool combo, though. Stone Coil Serpent, use it on yourself to get something better. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything better, but... Actually, that's not a bad card. Destroy a land. Okay. Don't know why. But yeah. Let's see here. right, so let me see here. Oh, I kept the hand. Sorry, guys. I was doing something really quick. Okay, so we have the same deck. So they're going to do Tybalt's Trickery to themselves to get another Tybalt's Trickery. Now I'm starting to understand why this is dangerous and modern. Boy. Alright. Yeah, well, we don't have Cultivate. So we're going to have to rely on just hard cast. The old-fashioned way. Dang it. We need green mana. Okay. Yep, just end the turn. So far you can tell Foretell is just used to get things out early. Oh boy. Still no green. Deals 4 damage to each besides a giant. That didn't work. Deals 4 damage to each creature as a non-giant. Let's do this right here. Yeah. Let's drop that. Oh, protection from monocolored. Yeah, you're right. I didn't even see that. So that's the second time we saw that deck in a row. That deck must be like an all or nothing deck. Like, you hard cast the Serpent, you... I want to see the battlefield. You use Trickery on it, mill yourself, hopefully you get something onto the battlefield. And we already saw an infinite combo deck. Which had... It's hard to explain if you don't see it, but it's got and on my YouTube, I'm gonna put all these deck lists, right? So that all these decks that I have saved, because I'm on a different server, right? So I can't what's the word I'm looking for? I can't. This is a totally different server than the normal Mtg Arena server that I'm running off of, so I can't go into... This is going to be weird. I can't go into my own decks that I already have and do like a export import. So I'm going to have to export these, put them down like in a Word doc, then copy that, and then probably just put it somewhere. But the infinite combo, where's that? Get rid of black. Let's go to Kaldheim. So you're going to say this has got Herald Unites the Elves. Okay, so this looks like nothing on the surface, right? Mill 3 cards. You can put an Elf or Tyvar card, which is the Elf Planeswalker, if you will. So you can just mill 3 cards, put an Elf or the Elf's Planeswalker from your graveyard onto the battlefield. You know, it looks rather harmless, but we have Changeling, right? So you got Changeling, right? So this card right here, Morit of the Frost. So this can be any card type. This can be an elf, it can be a dog. It's every card type, it doesn't matter. So when it comes into play, it enters the battlefield, you can copy a permanent you control. Except it's legendary and it's snow in addition to other types. So the key is it's legendary, and the key is it can be any creature type. So how can I word this? So what they do is you need 2 of these. You need 1 in your graveyard or 1 in your hand, or you need 2 in your graveyard. Right, so you need 2 of these. Somehow, some way, you have to put 1 in your hand, 1 in your graveyard, or 2 in the graveyard, but you have to have 2. So then you go back to the card that we're just looking at. It's this card right here. So you mill 3 cards, and let's just say you mill that card that we just saw, right? So you're going to bring... So this is going to be an elf, right? So you drop that down, you mill yourself for 3. You can bring this back from your graveyard onto the battlefield. You're milling yourself again for another 3. If you so happen to have... another one of these in your hand, or another one of these in your graveyard, you can bring one of these back into play, and the legendary rule hits, right? So they're just going to repetitively just keep on going back and forth, right? They're just going to keep on like mill 3. Okay, put this in my graveyard. Okay, mill 3, and it's just going to get like repetitive. So you just mill yourself to death. You like infinitely mill yourself, and then what you do is you play with Thassa. Right here. So you look at the top X card of your library, whatever your devotion is, the blue. If X is greater than to the number of cards you have in your library, you win the game. So, so that's what you're able to do. So, but so that's basically the combo that you're going to be using. So it's Infinite Mill and then Thassa. And it's a really weird combo. But when it happened to me, like live, I couldn't like understand what was happening. I'm like, okay, they milled 3. Okay, they mill another 3. Okay, they mill another 3. Okay, they and everything was just going so fast I couldn't home in on one card. So, but that's what they did. I thought that was pretty cool. And I cannot get this off. So it just kind of that was the combo. That was the combo. Play with Giant Swarm more. So we can start to see people already looking for the combos already. But that happened that happened earlier. But everybody in chat was like, that needs to be banned. That needs to be gone. Because it's really fast if you have it. I'm gonna... Ouch. Can I... Okay. Can I trust the shuffler for 1 green? In the next 2 turns, I just need 1 green. Foretell is just really good for getting things out earlier. Okay, first strike. Yep. So there's the Berserker Dragon. Okay. Can we get the green? 1 green. Yeah, I just think it happened so fast that when you saw it in real time, it because it happened so fast, it's like boom, 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 and you're just like, dang it. I have 25 land in the deck, so well, I'll take that, I guess, right? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's just Storm's Wrath. It's just Storm's Wrath. Now, if something happens with this opponent, the server's been a little unstable throughout the entire night. So... yeah, I know. I'll have to check out the green mana. I think I put a decent enough in here, but... but I think this time... let's see. So this thing's better than advertised. It doesn't look like much. But if you can... you just have Snowland, right? Deals 3 damage. If you're playing with Kaldheim, there's really no reason not to play with Snowland, because they're basics. They're still basics. Man, he wants to kill that. But we'll take that. We'll take 3 spells to kill one creature. Dun 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 dun. Deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Add colors for each mana spent this way. Yeah, I don't know what voodoo he's going to pull off, so I'm just going to wait. So he's going to create a 5/5 red dragon with Boast. Alright. So Boast is whenever you attack with a creature, you can just activate that ability. It has to be this creature that attacks. But it's nice to see Leyline Tyrant being used. Leyline. I'm just going to use it. Oh, you know what? Nah, I just killed myself. I forgot. He's got this land. It could turn into a 4/3. I forgot about that. So all he has to do is just make this into a land, or to a 4/3 next turn, just swing. You know what? This is the first time I've ever seen somebody use a Leyline Tyrant. So they tapped out at the end of our end phase. And it went over to their main phase. Oh, hey, thanks, AAA. Um, yeah, man. I'll be seeing you. Hopefully, you learned something, and hopefully, standard gets better. Good game. Womp womp womp. Defeated. I'm just talking with some other people. So let me mark this. 2 hours and 43 minutes. Okay. We can try drafting. It doesn't really matter. Alright, so we're just waiting on opponents. So this is probably the only draft that I play. But we'll just see. We got 3 more people. Let's see if we can squeak one in. I don't think I'm going to draft twice. I think I'm going to draft once, and then I think we went through a lot of decks. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It's going to be a long wait. All right, so I'm going to see if people want to go, if they're going to play draft. All right, we need 2 more people. There's just a few of us trying to get people to draft, that's all. So this most likely will be the last draft of the early access event. I don't see anybody drafting, really, to be honest with you. I think people drafted earlier, and now they're just kind of pooped out. Because there's a lot of channels, all they do is just draft. That's all they do. Which is not a bad thing. Normally I'd play music right here, but this is where I don't know, just everything right now with censorships and the ramping copyright stuff. It's just not worth the risk. One more. I think this would be a fun draft. Do it, do it. We can make this happen. We can do this. Be right back. Okay, never mind. Let's get ready. Okay. All right, so yeah. Okay, so right here, when it enters the battlefield, you may exile a number of non-angel creatures you control. It's got flash, it's got flying. Giants are pretty freaking strong. I don't know, we'll go white. Giants might be in more of an abundance. That's all. All right, so let's see. Gain 3 life, draw a card. We can win with flying. Go that route. But I think Giants are still going to be the best. Because there's more. Let's see here. But I think Giants are definitely the draft. For sure. Okay. Scry or X is the amount of spent to cast a spell, then draw 3 cards. That means we're literally going to have to draft snow-covered. Not really good for drafting. Counter target spell. Until that turn, target creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control and gains trample. Must be blocked. Turn Fable. Yeah, we're just going to beat him down with flyers. Probably not the best strategy in this set. I just think giants are the best for this set. Guess that's our card. Woohoo. All right, so basically, we're just gonna go ahead. Iron Verdict deals 5 damage to target tap creature. Non-land permanent cards in graves and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast spells from the library. So it's kind of like a Graph Digger's Cage. Oh, I think I picked a bad color. I don't even know. It's such. There's nothing that goes with flying. Okay. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. Do you return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand? Exile artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 bird creature with a token with flying. I guess. A 4/2 with reach. Discard card, draw a card. Counter a spell with remaining costs 4 or greater. Disdainful Stroke. Add 1 mana, spend this only for a told card. Eek. I'm gonna try a little bit of red here. Yeah. I don't recommend drafting white. Enters the battlefield, target creature gets -2. 0 time of turn. Counter target spell. Oof. Yeah, giants are definitely the go. I think drafting giants just... Destroy target land. Put target land card from a graveyard into the battlefield under control. Choose target opponent. If they control fewer lands than you, create a 4/4. Other creature control get +1/+1 whenever land enters the battlefield control. Create a 1/1 human creature. I guess we'll do that. So white-green. Maybe. Choose target non-legendary creature. The next time one or more creatures or planeswalkers enter the battlefield this turn, they enter as copies of the chosen creature. Add one mana of any color at the beginning of your upkeep. Put a night count. Okay. I'm just going to take it out of circulation. Do 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 do. All right. It becomes a spirit warrior with base power and toughness. This is 2/3. But the problem is you need snow covered for that. Enchant permanent, can't attack, block, or recruit vehicles. We're just gonna take that. I'm gonna go down because of my first rare. Boop. Create a 1/1 human soldier token. Target snowland becomes a 4/4, has haze and hexproof. Whenever you cast your next instant sorcery spell with remaining cost 4 or less, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for that copy. What? That's pretty good. All right. Giant Ox. Cruise vehicles using its toughness rather than its power. It's an 06 just Ox. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, if it feels enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Creatures you control that are... Okay, that's not bad. Ooh, this is a horrible draft. Choose a creature you control. Until next turn, all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a flying counter on it. Not looking good. All right, pack 2. So, yeah, it's looking pretty bad. So right now we can be into 3 different colors. Alright, so this has got Vigilance. Of course, it can be Force for tail cost, but it can't fly. Yeah, I'm just going with that. Oh, this is so bad. So I don't draft white. It's really bad. All right. So, all right, gain 3 life draw. See, white isn't really that good in this set. Yeah, like giants are probably the best thing to draft because there's so many of them. Yeah, I can't find anything in our colors, so I might have to switch. Okay, whenever you cast an instant sorcery spell, okay, if it targets one or more of your permanents, you copy that permanent. So you can target one of your own creatures, and then you can copy another creature if you want to, or a permanent. So that's not bad. When this enters the battlefield, you can pay 3. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token, and you can equip it +2/+2. I'm gonna go with flying here, but I don't even know what color I'm gonna be in. So this is a good card. It gives a creature lifelink. It replaces itself. You draw a card when it enters the battlefield. Just green and just search your library for a basic land card. Ugh. Green just has no good creatures. It's like the creatures are just not. Okay, we're not going to draft that. We're not going to draft that. It's pretty cool though. Mill 3 cards, return up 2 targets, no permanents cards from your graveyard to your hand. Then it's 3 is choose 3 cards in each graveyard. Their owner shuffle those cards into the owner's libraries. Okay. Yeah, white's just not good with creatures. It was a really bad choice by myself. So no, I'm actually gonna go straight. I have to abandon this at the last ditch effort. Enters battlefield, you may exile a card from your graveyard. If you do, return. Yeah. So we can go with that. All right. Flying first strike, we'll take it. So, just a caution if you go with white. It's really tough. Like I said, Giants is probably the most abundant card. So you probably save going with like red. Here's Changeling. We saw an infinite combo with this earlier. Yeah, have to go with that one. But yeah, so there's an infinite combo. You need whatever that card I showed you. You need 2 of those, and there's another card. And just you self-mill yourself. It's an infinite self-mill. And then you play with Thassa's Oracle. That I don't know if you remember that blue card comes into play. And you look at the top cards of your library to your Devotion to Blue. And if you look past the number of cards in your library, well, let me get through these cards first. All right. Yeah, I mean, these are really hard. You see how white's just so bad? There's really not a good creature support for it. So don't draft white. There's just enough. There's really no support for it. Because how many creatures do we have? Only 11. Yep. White's a really good color. I mean, like, white's a really good color for the set, but for drafting, not so much. Like, white angels, really good in the set. Yeah. Yikes. Okay, so about that draft. So our first rare was this Glorious Protector, Flash Flying. It's a 3/4 Angel Cleric. Just unfortunately we didn't get any other angels or nothing. So it's kind of like one of those things, you draft something, your first rare. I stayed on the color way too long. But you can, so this has flash and flying, and you can exile any number of non-angel creatures you control until this leaves the battlefield. So then the second card that we drafted was this, and the third card I think we drafted was another one of these. So I was like, okay, you know, there's a flying, but really not a lot that I can do here, so don't know why they had that in the deck. So this is going to be bad stats. We're an average of 3.0. We only have 12 creatures. Yeah, white doesn't have... The creatures are really good, but... for drafting, you're going to have to, like, rely on a little bit of luck for white. But giants, tons of them. Like in blue and red. And then you can just pair that up with another color or just synergize those two. Because in drafting, it's all about bringing down big creatures and removing stuff. Or flying, if you can outpace your opponent. So I thought we can beat them with flying, but in other sets, you could do that. But this set, I don't think you can. Okay, so here we go. Okay, we've played this person several times during the event, not through draft, but just through. White does have a little bit of removal for its foretell cost. And foretell's been pretty good, just being able to cast things a turn sooner. So like this, we'll put this. So now it only costs 3 instead of 5. Just let that go. Alright, so this is a 2/1. So boast means you have to attack with this creature and pay this cost. So you have to attack with the creature. But yep. And that's got first strike. Alright, there we go. Eek. Not much we could do there. So like I say, guys, I had a really bad draft. But we'll try to make the best out of it. Okay, so whenever this becomes tapped, you exile up to 1 target card from our graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on this, sacrifice another creature, gains indestructible, and tap it. So we'll just swing with this, just deal 1 damage. It's not really much. But what's nice about red, like I said, you got giants, you got berserkers. So pretty much if you draft red, you could pretty much just synergize with it, whatever you want. Don't have much. So the whole thing is here, quick creature gets +3/+0 and has trample. So we're going to see red a lot. I mean, this is a perfect draft card. You know, it's a 2/2. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. Yep, it's got trample. So I knew this was gonna be good. So the lesson learned here, like I said, this is our first draft doing this. Lesson learned: don't draft white unless you can pair it up with a bunch of angels. Then that's Q. So we're just gonna go right into game 2. I think red, because it's just got so much synergy. Woohoo! All right, we got we got our creatures. All right, let's green white. All right. Nope, green white blue. Add 1 mana. Spend this to only cast for a foretell card. Okay. I'm actually going to see how foretell pays off. So right here, what I'm going to do with this creature is I'm just going to put this in the foretell zone. And then next turn I can cast it for 3. So that's really where Foretell's really been shining, really. Or if you want to get something like, let's say if you're playing like in Constructed, and there's hand removal, and you want to get something out of your hand. And we'll actually drop this first. So that's really where Foretell's really shined. Whoops. So this got flash flying. Okay, let me get back to this. But yeah, so we actually seen this card played a little bit when we played in Constructed. And these are really nice commons. So, like, if you're on a budget, so this enters the battlefield tapped, and then you can choose a color, and then add any mana of that color. It's only a common, so it's a really good common. And speaking of another common, so this card, scry 2, draw 2 cards, and then you can actually foretell this for just 2. So a lot of blue-white decks running this. If it looks very similar to other cards that you've seen, like Glimmer of Genius was kind of similar when there was energy. We're just going to try to wing this. But, I mean, here again, you see our opponent playing with red sources, so alright, so what this does is it destroys a land, then you put a target land card from a graveyard onto the battlefield. So you destroy land and basically get a land back. I'll let him play, and then I'll explain the third part. Or just put it up on the screen. And let me attack first. Okay, so basically so let me get to this. Okay, so it's fine. Okay, that's fine. So choose target opponent. If they control fewer lands than you, create a 4/4 green warrior token. And what we're doing is at the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. So I say for this draft, pay attention to what our opponents are doing, not what I'm doing. Our draft is... And that's the good angel. So whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, as you'll see my white life gain deck, or white angel deck, excuse me. As long as you have 7 or more life, all creatures you control get +2/+2. Okay, so I think we can win. Creature gets +1/+3, gets +2/+0. I think we can win. Can we actually win with this deck? Oh, we're actually gonna win. This is so stupid. And then we're gonna hit him for 1. Woohoo! We won 1 game with this. That's 1 more than I thought we'd win. So, like I said, I thought we could win by flying. So either the person in front of us was playing, or behind us was playing white, or we just got a really bad draft. Because we kind of pooped out. Right. But again, notice for the 3rd time in a row, red. Darn good card. Whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls is dealt excess damage, if a giant, wizard, or a spell you control dealt damage, that turn you draw a card. So this is kind of like Pacify. So it kind of rewards you for having like big creatures, realistically. Like, let's say a 5/5 hits a 3/3. Well, you draw a card. Yep. Like I said, giants are literally... Can't go on. Okay, so... I think we're just going to have to line up and beat him through the air. Try to. Alright. So when this enters the battlefield, you tap an enchanted creature. It deals damage equal to its power. It doesn't untap during its next untap. But it just basically makes it just go to sleep. So that enchanted creature doesn't untap during its control's untap step. So it locks a creature down. Which means... We'll just sack it. So we'll just eat the 4. Dang it. Alright, so make a note of that. So if you're going to play with blue, for 1 mana, you will be dealt damage, but man, if you're and that makes sense, right? If you're dealing with big creatures, you don't mind taking damage to deal with like little creatures. So actually pretty smart. So here's one of the better giants. Your opponents can't not gain life. If this is on the battlefield or in the graveyard, so even after it dies, it deals 2 damage every turn. Put that in the foretell zone. See how giants they're just so easy. It's just a really nice safe draft. Okay, so we've seen this more than a couple. So enters the battlefield, you can pay 2, create a 2/1 Dwarf Berserker, then attach equipment to it. So basically, indirectly, because it becomes equipped, it becomes a 5/1 with trample and haste. I believe, right? If you want to attack with that. Yep. So the best we can hope for is that he doesn't have a counterspell, he full swings, and doesn't kill the creature. And we can buff these up. That's our only hope. I feel like he's eyeballing the lifelinker. But our creatures are just so low casting cost that they're not on... It's like, is it worth to kill it? Okay, so... Well, that's not good. We'll just give his own creature, make it 7/1. Good game. So notice nobody's playing with white, except me. All right, we'll go into our second. We'll go into our. But that's how you learn. Just have fun with it. We'll roll with it. Why not? Woohoo, we can use Boast. Alright, so... since we attacked... so you can create a 1/1 human warrior creature token. Again, our fourth opponent in a row that's playing red. Let's play with that. Once they're in the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Yeah, we'll just put that on that. Can our deck pull out 2 wins? Become 2-2. Okay, so they all get... let me drop this. I think that's all we have going for this is just we're playing with flyers. Alright, so this is where Foretell kind of comes into play here. We're desperate for mana. Alright, so he's got a little Berserker. Whenever you cast your second spell, put 2 +1/+1 counters against Menace. That's pretty good. One, two, three, four. Let's see. 4 and 3. Yeah, I think he's dead. So that's really the benefit of Foretell, really. And that's what we've seen in Constructed. So Foretell hasn't been crazy. All right, 2 and 2. Not that bad. Human token. So, yeah, I think we played them. Was our first game? think we're just gonna have to put village rights down. Oh yes, with our little 2/1. Sure. Okay, so let's drop down a lifelinker. Attack for 2. Pass it to his turn. He might have something in his hand to make it bigger, so I'm not even going to deal with it. So, pretty good card. It's a 2/3 Death Toucher. Target player searches their library for a card, then shuffles their library, puts that card on top. So, you can obviously just choose yourself. We don't want it to stay alive too long, so either way, that's a win for us because target creature gets +1/+3 and gains flying till end turn. Untap it, so we can actually untap a creature before when he's attacking, and then he's probably just gonna use his boast cost. And I probably should have killed it, but I let it go. So I think our only hope to win the game, really, because we have this in our back pocket, is for him to be aggressive, which he's been aggressive the whole game. So, and then get this off. It's got to be blocked if able. Oh, do not see that. Okay, so you choose a creature you control until your next turn. All damage that would be dealt to the creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. In short, put a flying counter on it. All right. Yeah, we're stuck on 3 mana. Let's bring it out. So the only thing we just hope is outchase him. He's getting a lot of value off this card, though. So artifact and enchantment spells you control cost 1 less to cast. So we're just going to break that out. Pass a turn. So he'll take 1 damage, we gain 1 life. And now he's been able to tutor like 4 cards off this. So if we can somehow pull out a win, this will be his 5th tutor. A 3/7. I think we just pay that for its flash cost. Next turn. Did we actually win this match? Because we can just flash this out. Drop that. Yep. Okay, so when this enters the battlefield, you choose one. That helped them out a lot. Each opponent loses X life, where X is the greatest number of creatures you control of that chosen creature type. And then you can gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control that have a creature type in common. So he chose to gain that life. We're going to choose to bring this out. Okay, so we want 3 and so we're 3 and 2. All right. Yeah. So far for how we drafted, 3 and 2 is beyond what I thought we could do. So unless you can really draft, so we're playing human token again. Yeah, this is the guy that we just played, right? So he's like Golgari. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Makes it a lot cheaper to cast. That's a 2/2. Let's bring out our flyer. Artifacts, enchantments, one less to cast. I would discard a land. Q. Just bring down that big guy. Enchant creature has power 0. At the beginning. All right. I'm just gonna stay aggressive. Alright, so this gonna cost us 3. Okay, +2/+1. Let's make him discard a card. So here's the enchantment that we put in. But this is a pretty good land. Sorry if I got too loud. That was a... But no, this is a really good draft land. Create a 4/4 white token with flying and vigilance. Oops. Let me double read this card. Choose a creature you control until your next turn. All damage that may be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. Okay. So all this damage gets put onto this. And I should have blocked with that. My bad. So, yep. Yep, and he's got the game. All he has to do is attack. Yep. So, 3-3. Not bad for our... I thought we were going to do a lot worse. So just be careful when you're drafting white in here. Especially because you do know that the average drafter is 3-3, right? It doesn't matter what your rank is, what your skill level is. The average statistic on drafts is 3-3, right? So your drafts, you know... You really want to get the 4 wins, so just really pay attention to when you're drafting white. You have to get with flyers, and it's not like flyers are passed around quite a bit. So white's a really tough color. That was our first opponent that actually had white in their deck out of 6 matches, and actually utilized it. So, I mean, we could open up packs and see if it's worth it buying these. Unless it'll still lock me out from it. Let me see if it will. Will it allow us to open them, though? That's a question. Alright, so what we can do is just blow through packs, and you can decide. Like, some people, they want to decide, do they want to buy the Mastery Pass? Do they want to get booster packs? So, typically, before set releases, you can get 50 booster packs in the Planeswalkers, or you can get tokens. So I'm just going to open up 50 booster packs really quickly. So we'll note my vault progress is at 300.1. So we'll see how this effect has on your vault progress. We're also going to see how many wild cards and everything that we get. And so I think that would be a cool way. So we're going to go ahead, pack number 1 out of 150. And I'm just going to go over the uncommons for time sake. Target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. You can add a red, put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature you control, then gain life equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. So, a lot of different things. They all do just something different. So, we're going to go ahead and see. So, right there was the flyer I played with in the draft. So, it's an Angel Cleric. Alright. Uncommon. Destroy target creature. If the spell was foretold, scry 2. Not bad. Icebreaker Kraken. Okay, so This costs 1 less to cast for each land you control, each snow land that you control. And then when it comes into play, artifacts and creatures target opponent controls don't untap during the next untap step. Return 3 snow lands you control to their owner's hand, and return Ice Kraken to its owner's hand. So once this thing's on the battlefield, if you can get it on the battlefield, okay. We'll go on the pack number 3. Elven Bow, and if I go over an uncommon that I've already covered, we'll just skip it. So this enters the battlefield, you can pay 2, and if you do, create a 1/1 green elf warrior token. Equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has reach. This right here, it enters the battlefield, scry 3. When it dies, draw 3 cards. Excuse me, draw 3 cards if 3 or more creatures die this turn. So good versus board wipes, but more so a draft card. This card becomes a 4/3 creature with vigilance, and all other creature types until end of turn is still land. So you pay 3 mana, 3 snows. So really good in a multicolored deck, because snow lands are basic, right? So you can just, I can see control decks. Okay, mill 3 cards. Return up to 2 target snow permanents from your graveyard to your hand. That could be mana, right, if they're snow lands. Then you choose 3 cards in each graveyard. Their owner shuffle those cards into the libraries. And then we have this guy right here. When this enters the battlefield, you pay 3. If you do, create a 2/2 black Berserker token that's attached to this. So that's kind of nice. You get a 2/2 that's already attached. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and menace. That's really nice. So if you actually pay, you need 5 mana though to get a 4/4 with menace. Actually, now that I look at it, it's more of a draft card. Reckless Crew. Create X/2/1 Dwarf Berserker tokens where X is the number of vehicles you control plus the number of equipment you control. For each of those tokens, you may attach an equipment you control to it. That card does a lot. Alright, so this dude right here, Betrayer King. Other snow and zombie creatures you control get +1/+1. You can pay 3 snow mana. It can be any color, just 3 snow. And you can return this from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It might be hard in draft to get the zombies. Although, let's look at our commons here. You already have a zombie berserker. Tap target artifact or creature. So this is like Icy Manipulator, except cheaper. Okay. And we saw this, our opponent play with this. Target creature searches their library for a card. And basically you shuffle your library. But basically you search for a card and put it on top of your library. So, pretty good. Finn the Fang Bearer. Okay, so Death Touch, whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. This is actually a card that's going to see really good play. Whenever you cast your second spell, create a 1/1 creature with flying. So basically you create 2 1/1 birds and you take an extra turn. And it has Foretell. So the card's pretty good. It'll find its place. Dual Strike, whenever you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with 4 or less this turn, copy that spell. So it has to be on the turn that you cast it. You may choose new targets for this copy. Bloodski Massacre. Okay. Create a 2/3 Berserker token with menace. Whenever Berserker attacks, you draw a card and lose 1 life, and add a red for each Berserker you control until end turn. You don't lose the mana. So that's a pretty good card. All right. And so we're just going to go through the rares right here. Mystic Reflection. Choose target non-legendary creature. This time, 1 or more creatures or planeswalkers enter the battlefield this turn. They enter as copies of the chosen creature. So we're going to start going over the rares here. Just for time's sake. So that's one rare wild card. Or a mythic wild card. So, it's 2 wild cards? Okay. Target legendary creature becomes a god in addition to its other types. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. Sacrifice it, put it indestructible. So it's a good land. Boom. Create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying and vigilance. Until end turn, angels you control get tap, destroy target creature with power less than this creature's. Yeah, that's pretty good. Angels you control gain. Okay, that's really good. Scry X, where X is the amount of snow spent to cast a spell, then draw 3 cards. Really good card. Changeling, so that means it can be every creature type. When it enters the battlefield, you choose a creature type. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You can cast creature spells of the chosen type and put them from the top of your library. Really good. Right? Really good. This thing does a lot. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile this card. If you do, it gains whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. If Cosima exiled... Cosima sounds like a non-alcoholic beverage. If Cosima is exiled, you may put a Voyage counter on it. If you don't, return Cosima to the battlefield with +X+S counters on it and draw X cards, where X is the number of Voyage counters on it. Then it has a vehicle portion. It's a very wordy card. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, that player exiles that many cards from the top of their library. You may play land cards from among those as long as they remain exiled. I'm not going to go through that again. It's pretty simple if you just break it down. Quakebringer, a giant. It's a 5/4 at the beginning of your upkeep. If this is in your graveyard and or your battlefield, it deals 2 damage. So even when this dies, it's still pinging for damage. Rally the ranks. You choose a creature type, and they get +1/+1. Just that simple. We've already gone over that one. Take an extra turn. Old Growth Troll. Okay, it's a 4/4 trample. Whenever it dies, if it was a creature, I don't know why it wouldn't be a creature. I'll return it to the battlefield. It's an aura enchantment with Enchant Forest. So you're able to enchant a forest where it says tap to add 2, or you can pay 1 and sacrifice this land. Create a 4/4 green troll warrior token with trample. Pretty cool. See that getting some play. Whenever this attacks, untap each snow permanent you control. Really good card. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than your starting life total. So if you're at 21 life, otherwise you gain 2 life. Pretty good in a mono white deck because white doesn't have too much draw. So you can put that in there as well. Destroy all creatures, foretell 3. A lot of people like this. A lot of board wipes. Blessing of the Frost. Distribute X +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures you control, where X is the amount of snow mana spent to cast a spell, then draw a card for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Really good card. So once you break down Kaldheim, it's not so crazy powerful. Dragonkin Berserker is a 2/2 first striker. Both abilities cost 1 less. And you can pay 5, create a 5/5 red dragon with flying. Now, you have to use the boast cost, you have to actually attack with a creature that has the boast factor onto it. Tybalt's Trickery. Okay, counter target spell. Choose 1, 2, or 3 at random. Its controller mills that many cards, then exiles cards from the top of the library until they exile a non-land card with a different name than that spell. Then they may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Then they put the exiled card at the bottom. Okay, so this is just a number. This card has... Some people are trying to do a combo with this, where they cast the Serpent for 0, and then they do this onto themselves, because you could really put a big, like, bomb something onto the battlefield. So this is not a really... This is actually finding more use on people using it on themselves. In fact, in Modern, I think there's like a turn 1 kill with that. So probably have to be looked at. Reflections of Littlejohn. Enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. When you cast a spell of the chosen type, copy that spell. What? That's really good. Alright, we're just going to steamboat right through here. Battle for Bredagard. Create a 1/1 human warrior token. Create a 1/1 elf creature token. Choose any number of artifact and or creature tokens you control with different names. For each of them, create a copy. That's a copy of it. Okay. The Raven's Warning. Create a 1/1 blue flying creature, gain 2 life. Whenever one or more creatures you control with flying deals combat damage to a player this turn, look at that player's hand and draw a card. That's good. You may put a card you own from outside the game on top of your library. I don't know if that'll see so much play, but we'll have to see. Nico Eris. So when Nico Eris enters the battlefield, create X shard tokens. Okay, up to 1 target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. And then whenever that creature deals damage this turn, return it to its owner's hand. -1, it deals 2 damage to target tap creature for each card you draw on this turn, and create a shard token. Didn't see anybody playing with that, but doesn't mean they won't. Haunting Voyage. Okay, choose a creature type, return up to 2 target cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So you can put them from your graveyard to the battlefield, but if this spell was foretold, so if you pay its foretold cost, in this case it costs more for its foretold cost than its casting cost, but you can return creatures of the chosen type from your graveyard to the battlefield instead, so all of them. So, pretty good utility there. The Bears of Littlejohn. Create a 2/2 blue shapeshifter token with Changeling. Any number of target shapeshifters you control get 4. It becomes a 4/4. Choose up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. Each creature with 4 or greater you control deals damage equal to its power to that permanent. Some of these cards are pretty wordy in this set. Creatures you control are every creature type. The same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So, pretty good. And you can create a 2/2. Okay. We'll just call it Predator for time's sake. When Predator becomes tapped, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and put 2 +1/+1 count. By the way, we did play this in the draft. Sacrifice another creature. Predator gains indestructible till end turn, tap it. So it's kind of like a pseudo bad version of Dream Trawler, kind of ish, except in Radkos and what Radkos wants to do. Cyclone Summoner. When it enters the battlefield, if you've cast it from your hand, return all permanents to their owner's hand except Giants, Wizards. So pretty good card in a Giants deck for sure. Hey Hip, how's it going? We're just opening up packs. I'm just seeing if people think it's worth it or not. But earlier we did a draft and we did some gameplay. So if you missed a bunch of stuff, you need to catch up. You just go ahead. You can watch some of the stuff. So but yeah. So this right here, and I'm just going over the rares for this one. So this enters the battlefield tapped. You can add a green. As long as you control 6 or more lands you have, add mana of any color. And if you spend 2 mana of each color, sacrifice the tree, search your library for any number of god cards. Okay, so we've seen, like in the gameplay, people being able to do stuff not quite like this, but they're able to get every mana. And do remember that those lands are reprinted. So the pathways that... So, like, for example, in Zendikar, the pathways were printed, but in the colors that they weren't printed, they're printed in this set. So there's going to be a lot of 2 and 3 color decks. This card we seen earlier, I used it in the Giants deck. So Battle of the Frost deals 4 damage to each non-giant creature in each planeswalker. So if you have a Giants deck, it's a board wipe. Kind of like Storm's Wrath, where it deals 4 damage to each creature in Planeswalker. Scry 3, and then whenever you cast a spell with greater than 5 mana, which is, you're going to do that in a Giants deck, draw 2 cards, discard a card. So perfect for a Giants deck, and pairs up with Storm's Wrath pretty well, unless you're playing versus Giants, which is happened to be the case when I cast this spell. So here we go. Shadow of the Scalds. Exile the top 4 cards of your library. Until the end of your turn, you may play those cards. Whenever you cast a spell this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So, I mean, yeah, it's okay. I don't know if this is going to see a lot of play. I haven't seen anybody play it during the early access event, and so I'll have to see. We've seen this played. Okay, and this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. When I was saying that people were able to tap their mana for like a bunch of colors, they were actually able to play this card. So the card side, or the god side, it's got Vigilance. You can add 1 mana of any color. Other legendary creatures you control have Vigilance tapped to add 1 mana of any color. But on the flip side of this, at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top cards of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker. Put that on the battlefield, and the rest at the bottom. So, literally, really good. We happen to win that game, but the fact that people can do that... Okay, this was the number 1 board wipe that we've seen out of this set. So, destroy all creatures, Foretell. So, what we're seeing with Foretell is not that it's something that's broken. It's not broken at all. What we're seeing with Foretell is that you're able to cast things more efficiently or cast things early. And you know there's games with the Shuffler and Mtg Arena where you don't get a lot of mana, right? You get mana screwed, you know. Well, Foretell can actually save your butt. So let's say on turn 2, you pay 2 to put this into Foretell zone. And let's just say you're stuck on 3 lands for quite some time. That's where these kind of cards kick in. So it's more or less you're able to cast things cheaper, and you're able to do things when you wouldn't do anything else anyway. Yeah, so what Foretell is here, I'll show you. Let's see if we get a Foretell card, just to kind of, and I'm sure we will, right? So it's the one time we don't get a Foretell card. Let me go over this. So we got 2 rare wild cards and 2 wilds. All right, I'll try to answer your question. Let me just get a Foretell card. Okay, Foretell, perfect. Okay, so in this case, you see how it costs 4? Now this isn't really a good creature, right? So it's a bad example, but you can pay 2 mana, and that's 2 colorless. So you can pay 2 colorless mana, and you put this in. This is going to be a little difficult, but it's going to be very easy once you start playing with Kaldheim. It's going to be very, very easy. So you pay 2 mana, not the 2 that you see on here, not on the card. So for any card that has Foretell, you're going to pay 2 colorless mana. It doesn't matter what colors. And you're going to put it in an exile zone. But it's not actually the exile zone itself. It's like a Foretell zone. So you have the exile zone. You know how you have like your sideboard. Okay, this is its own little zone. Okay. And then you can cast it for its Foretell cost. So in this instance, if you say on turn 2, you pay 2 colorless, you put this in your Foretell little zone, then you can pay 2 to cast this. So you can pay it for its Foretell cost. This card says at the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a permanent spell from your hand with converted mana cost equal to +1 the highest converted mana cost among permanents you control without paying its mana cost. Okay, so let's break this down because a lot of these cards are very... I don't know why with this set, but they're very wordy. Like, there's a lot of words and, like, it's run on sentences. There's not even, like, a sentence break in here. So let's just read it as it goes. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a permanent spell from your hand with converted mana cost equal to 1 plus the highest mana cost among other permanents you control without paying its mana cost if you don't scry 1. To me, they probably should have put a few sentences in there. Very wordy cards. Okay, so this is going to be a really good card. Okay, so destroy all creatures, destroy all planeswalkers. You can choose one. Then return a creature or planeswalker card with convert mana cost X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of snow-colored mana that's spent to cast a spell. So, long story short, you tap this for 6, 4 colorless. You spend that 4 colorless on with snow mana. You can bring something back from 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Again, these are very wordy. The cards are a lot wordy. Okay, now this is a prime example of a good destroys all creatures. So you can put this in, it's like turn 2, put this in your Foretell zone. Turn 3, you can cast it for its Foretell cost. So that's a better example. And again, this seemed to be the number 1 board wipe. Alright, so this one I already went over, but exile the top 4 cards of your library until the end of turn. You may play those cards, and whenever you cast a spell this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control. It's kind of underwhelming, I'm not going to lie about that. Okay, so we can read all this if we want to, or I can just break down the card really simply. So it costs 12, but it costs 1 less to cast for each snow mana that you have. When this enters the battlefield, you tap. There are creatures, there are artifacts. They don't untap on their next untap step. And then if you want to, you can return 3 snow lands and return this to your hand. So another wordy card, but it's there. Pie of Heroes. Okay, this one I have not seen. Sacrifice a creature. Search your library for a creature card that shares a creature type. It's going to be another one of these wordy cards, isn't it? Okay, so sacrifice a creature. Search your library for a creature card that shares a creature type with a sacrificed creature. Okay. And has convert mana cost equal to 1 plus the converter mana cost. Put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. So there was an old school card that was called Survival of the Fittest. It kind of was a lot better, but it kind of worked in a little bit ways. It was from Exodus back in 1997, I believe. Okay, so basically you can pay 2 mana to make this to a 2/3. You can pay 3 snow mana and create this into a 4/4 angel with flying. It has a flying counter on it, but it's just going to get flying. You pay 4. If it is a spirit angel, then you can put 2+1/+1 counters on it, where this creature has when it deals damage to a player, draw a card. So basically, it's really meant to like scale up. So you have to do its first thing first, then the second thing, and then the third thing. It's kind of like that. Okay. So this card has a lot of text on it. Okay. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile Cosima. If you do, it gains whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control. If Kuzma is exiled, you may put a Voyage counter on it. If you don't, return it to the battlefield with X+1/+1 counters on it and draw X cards, or X is the number of Voyage counters on it. Then it has the vehicle side. Whenever a vehicle you control deals damage to a player, that player exiles that many cards from the top of the library, and you may play lands from among those cards as long as they remain exiled. So, kind of a wordy card, and you're going to find that a lot of the blue cards are very like that. Okay, something more simpler. So this enters the battlefield, you create 2/2 creature tokens that are cats, and then whenever this attacks, you can create a copy of a target token you control. So it can be any copy of any token. So it doesn't have to be a cat token or an elf token, or excuse me, an elf token. It can be any token. Okay, so really good card and simpler to read. So it's a 6/5 trample. Whenever a permanent you control becomes a target of a spell or an ability an opponent controls, you can draw a card. Foretell 4. So a perfect example of a card that you can cast for 4 mana and get it have a 6/5 creature. Especially if you have Elder Gargaroth that costs 5. So you can literally go turn 2, put this into your Foretell zone. Turn 3, I guess, do whatever. Turn 4, pay this Foretell cost, get a 6/5 creature with trample with this dominant ability on turn 4. Then turn 5, drop an Elder Gargaroth. This is going to see a lot of play. And it's not legendary. It's not legendary. So you can literally just... Yeah, really good. So that was 51 packs. We're on number pack 52. Right. Alright, Battle for the Breaded Guard. Already went over this one, so we're going to go over that. And so this, I hope this helps you guys too to determine what pack values. Is it worth spending your money on MTG Arena? Is it worth buying the stuff for gems? Is it worth buying the pre-release stuff? This will give you a good assessment. Okay, so this one is a 3/3 for 3 with haste. Not bad. Now, boast. So how boast works, you have to attack with the creature that has boast on it. So you can't attack with another creature. You have to attack with this creature. You may change this card's base and power to 1, plus the greatest power among other creatures you control until end turn. Run Forward Champion. Okay, so it enters the battlefield. You search your library or graveyard for a rune card, reveal it, and then put it into your hand. And basically, you can pay 1 rather than pay the mana cost for rune spells. So, I think this will see play in a budget deck. Dream Devour. Okay, so each non-land card in your hand without Foretell has Foretell. So everything in your hand has Foretell. Its Foretell cost is equal to the mana cost reduced by 2. So 2 colorless. Now understand it's 2 colorless. So it's not like you can go one colorless and one white. You're just going to get colorless off that. So it can be good in the right deck. Then whenever you foretell a card, Dream Devour gets +2/+0 until end turn. And these are the lands. You know, the new lands that they didn't print in Zendikar. So that's why a lot of people are able to play with now multicolored decks. Like, they already were, but that's going to get a lot higher. Burning Rune Demon. Okay, so it's a 6/6. It enters the battlefield. You can search your library for 2 cards not named this, with different names. If you do, reveal those cards. An opponent chooses one of them, puts the chosen card into your hand and the other one into your graveyard, then shuffle your library. Very important because there is some graveyard recursion in this set. So it's a pretty good card. We actually play this, so that's going to be a mythic rare. And back to back. Q. Alright, so we went over that one already. So far, let's see when we start getting those doubles. Okay, we've already gotten this one before. So this one's kind of like Dream Trawler, except for Radkos, right? So when this becomes tapped, you can exile up to 1 card from a graveyard, and you put a +1/+1 counter on this. Then you can sacrifice another creature. It gets indestructible until end of turn, but you have to tap it. So it's kind of like a backwards Dream Trawler for Radkos. Instead of getting hexproof, you get indestructible, right? Without lifelink, of course. Okay, creatures you control are every creature type. The same is true for creature spells you control, creature spells you own that aren't on the battlefield, and then you can generate a 2/2 changeling creature. So, yeah, if you're just running a tribal deck and you're having trouble finishing out your deck, then yeah, I mean, it's an okay card. All right. And there we go. So, okay, so here's the big one to bolt. So it took me literally $64 packs to get to this. So this is the big one with Tybalt, Valkyrie of the Gods. So when it enters the battlefield, each opponent reveals their hand. For each opponent, you exile a creature card. So this is good for EDH or Commander too. So basically, you just strip them of a creature card, and then basically you can pay X, choose a creature that's exiled with Valkai, with convert mana cost X, and this becomes a copy of that card. And then, of course, you have Tybalt, which is a really good planeswalker if you can actually get it out. You get an emblem with, you may play cards that are exiled with Tybalt, and you may spend mana as though it had mana of any color. Exile the top card of each opponent's library. So, again, each player. So it's each player, each opponent. So notice how the cards are worded. Exile target creature or artifact, and then you can add 3 red. So it took 64 to get to that one. All right. Okay. Whenever other dwarves you control get +1/+0, whenever dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure token. Sacrifice 5 treasures, search your library for an artifact or a dragon card. Put that card on the battlefield. So that's really good in a tribal. Back-to-backers. I'm going to open up 2 more packs and call that Waking the Trolls. We already went over that one. Okay, this one we have not. So, whenever a permanent opponent controls is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this. Okay, at the beginning of your upkeep, if this has one or more counters on it, you may remove them all. If you do, exile each non-land permanent with a mana cost less than or equal to the number of counters removed this way. So good for removing little Bojav. All right, so in 70 booster packs, our Vault Progress didn't really go up too much, did it? No. So that kind of gives you a rough idea of what it is that we're doing with the booster packs there. So the question always is it worth it to get whatever? You're going to have to be the judge of that. We did the 90 booster packs. I only did 70. Really, it's going to come down. I don't think anybody's really going to do this, the 90. I think what it comes down to is the pre-release that comes with 50 booster packs. I think that's what people are going to be interested in. So, yeah, and if you want to see what the City of Brass Sleeve looks like, we'll cancel that one because I can't buy it with gems. So, you're going to have to find that out for yourself. But, yeah. So, covered a lot of ground. Played in a draft. So the decks that did very well, Angels and Clerics, of course, so I'll put this deck up. Did very well. Boom. This card is an absolute stud in the deck. It replaces itself. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card, and your creature gets lifelink. And that is really valuable in an Angel deck. So, very valuable, a lot of value there. But I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave this up, though. So, this is a very good best of one deck.
vitality.
Okay, guys. Well, that is probably going to sum it up for me. And there's a big echo. All right, so I'll try that again. But that's probably going to sum it up for me, guys. You know, so again, if you want to see all like the gameplay, all there is for the set, I kind of go through everything pretty quickly. So I think that's it. Again, from start to finish on this video, I had to do a 4-part on this one. So I think it's part 4 or part 3. I can't remember anymore. But broke it down. So we drafted towards the end. We played a bunch of decks. I think this one's great in the best of 1. Realistically, I think that's what you're going to see is another deck being pushed for the best of 1. I mean, creatures you control that are enchanted or equipped have double strike, and then at the beginning of each combat, even on your opponent's turn, you can switch an aura or equipment attached to one creature to another. So it's like really good. So again, you're going to see different variations. Is this set going to totally change the meta? Look, I don't know. I mean, you have a Giants theme, you have an Angels Cleric theme. There's not a lot of Angels. There's just enough in this set. So, yeah, you can make an all-Angel deck, but I think you'll see more of an Angel Cleric type deck. There's Elves, but again, is there enough Elves? You really need 2 colors to make a complete Elf deck, and really those colors are going to be in green and black more than likely. So those are the kind of colors that you're going to want to play into when you're playing with elves, is green and black. But as we can see in the best of 1, if you can get your land drops, you know, barring the shuffler there, you're able to really get this deck going and really just kill your opponent. You know, because these angels, they're 3-droppers. They come with nice toughness. They can't be bone crusher gianted. And they do slow your opponent down. And really the best one here is this one. It's a 2/4 flyer. Whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield under your control, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness. And then as long as you have at least 7 life, so 27 life, creatures you control get +2/+2. So it's not just other creatures, all your creatures get +2/+2. So that's what makes this card really strong. And how I kind of ran it was, this is a cleric, so it would actually play into this card. And so at the beginning of your upkeep, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. You know, and then you have Haloid Suncrowns. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target enchantment you control or creature. And so realistically, it really paves out really good because you have Owl Seed of Life's Bounty, you have Speaker of the Heavens, you have Daxos, and with Speaker of the Heavens, again, if you have 27 or more life, you can create a 4/4 flyer. But this card is really great. It draws itself out, so when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. So you get a card right back in its place. and as long as you have this on a creature, it has lifelink. So that kind of feeds into everything else in the deck, as far as Holy Sun Crown, and just really curves out the deck. This will slow your opponent down. Snowlands your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Again, there's no reason not to play with a snowland. They're basic lands. You can cultivate for them. You could, Fable Passage for them. But non-creature spells your opponents cast with 4 or greater cost 2 more to cast. So if you're up against those Teamer Genesis Ultimatums, the Ugins, those types of decks, they're going to have to pay 2 more. And it's got a 2/3 body. It cannot be Bone Crusher. No Bone Crusher Giant. So it's got a lot of toughness. And this card right here, it's flying, enters the battlefield. So when it enters the battlefield or dies, so both, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. And then when you do that, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that shares a creature type with the exiled card. So if you're exiling, in this case, an angel or a cleric, then basically, you'll get that +1/+1. So it all kind of feeds into each other. Very simple, very quick, nice toughness. Again, we've already went over that. And then this card right here, you can put in any deck, but I think in a white deck, this kind of goes in because green, blue, they got card draw. But in white, the weakness has always been, can I draw a card? Well, this is pretty easy. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if your life total is greater than your starting life total. So basically, if you have 21 life or greater, you're going to draw a card. Otherwise, gain 2 life. Now, I put this in this deck, in this slot. It's nice to have 2 cards that allow you to draw, replace itself, and then another card to draw. Now, there is a angel that I'll go over really quickly. I'll hit OK. And we're going to go to... And you might choose to play with this angel instead. Let me find it. It's a very simple angel if I can find it. I did craft it, right? Okay, so let's get out of this. Okay, so anyway, it's this thing. Okay, it's a 1/3 flyer. Whenever another angel enters the battlefield on your control, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. So we've seen a lot of people play with this one. It's kind of hit or miss, I choose to play with this. But anyway, guys, I'm going to be getting off here. But anyway, I will be talking to you guys soon, and I hope you have a good time. And thanks for all those that showed up inside the chat and everything. Some people that followed and went along this thing. So a lot of gameplay. Anyway, guys, I'll see you soon. I'm going to shut my yapper.